Yeah. I don't know. I think there's gonna be a lot of people, but he can take it apart. And make it all. Where- So, it'll be fine. It'll. I know. So if you get that. Hello, everyone. Hello. How are you?
All right, folks. Everybody here, I am going to bring this Hermosa Town Board regular meeting to order on August 4th, 2026 at 6 p.m. Starting with roll call. Trustee Ferguson.
Here.
Trustee Kramer.
Here.
Trustee Matheny.
Yes.
Trustee Miller.
Here.
Trustee Service here. Thank you to everyone else for coming. Good to see you all here. And now we will go into the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, and into our new enjoyable section, opening comments from the public. Does anybody from the public have something to say? Joan?
I just want to clarify the statement you made. I wasn't at the last meeting. Did
Mhm.
And you said that when you were talking about my sewer, that is probably more likely that somebody just decided to do it themselves. Kind of like they do it yourself and maybe never even put it.
Mhm.
However, had you asked me, I would have told you that we did come before the town board and that sewer and water was put in. We used their recommendation on a contractor, I believe his name was Thurston, Boston, similar to that construction. This was many years ago, and this was long before Chuck was doing inspections, so I have no idea who inspected it. It was done in 1972.
Mhm.
And it has been maintained. It has been cleaned over 2 or 3 times over the years, maybe more. And I would assume since they recommended the company that they also inspected it. And I just wanted to clarify that. It's not something we went out and did without asking and filling out whatever paperwork that they asked us to. So I think that your comments were uncalled for when you get do the research first. But thank you for listening.
All right, anybody else from the public have something to say, something to share before we get into the meeting? All right. Moving on to call for changes, review of current agenda items, and if anybody would like to make a motion to either make amendments. Or
Accept the current agenda item.
Motion made,
I'll second.
motion seconded. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right. Consent calendar, I'll entertain motions to approve or amend the April or the July 27, 2026 regular meeting minutes.
I will make the motion to accept the approval of July 27th, 2026 regular meeting minutes.
Motion made. Do I have a second?
A second.
Made and seconded. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right. On to conflict of interest declaration, roll call voting for any agenda item where a conflict of interest is formally identified. And into legal town attorney report, Mr. James.
I'm not gonna have a lot for the board until the executive. Probably. My brick, status of that investigation, it was a little delayed by my illness, so I plan to have it probably by the next meeting, but, I focused on the other issue and probably have something on the other issue at that next meeting. I don't have a lot else to tell the board.
All right. Anybody have anything for Mr. James while we're on legal?
Well, I guess not. I mean, I'm just concerned about the brick grant still. Same as
It'll be my next priority.
Thanks, appreciate it.
And I can say that I have not heard anything from OEM or anybody else on that front either. It kind of sounds like everything's still going on in the background.
I would like to ask Terry to give him a call and ask if they have any update, because
I
it's
was,
been, what, 2 or 3 weeks?
yeah, I was gonna give him a call this week. It did not land on my plate. I'll give him a call tomorrow and see what's going on. And all right, anything else under legal? Okay, on to old business. Approve the rise lawn care quote, Buzz's Lawn Care. So just to frame this, there was a lot of concern brought up with the fair coming that our the grass the town was responsible for had not yet been attended to. So Charlie was asked to come out and get it done. We wouldn't have not have been able to get it done in time if we had waited till after this meeting. So considering that last action taken regarding the lawn care was essentially to revise his duties of mowing without necessarily approving a budget or a quote, we kind of set ourselves up to have it done without necessarily knowing the cost. Where it wasn't the first time, probably won't be the last, but yeah. Ms. Ferguson.
Yeah, well, I don't know. It's town, but the fair board is always molded. Well, this year they haven't. It's that strip from where you turn into the fairgrounds off of Ferguson Street down to the corner of Whitney.
Yes.
And the fairgrounds has always mowed it every time they've ever mowed, but this year they didn't mow it.
On fairground side,
Yeah,
right?
and it needs to be, I think.
Isn't that also that runs adjacent to the property I believe they're toying with about the library?
Yeah, yeah.
In that spot.
Yeah, it's all in that spot. So I really don't, but I don't know. He was down in our development and Connie was so gracious to go down and mow all of it.
Yeah.
I don't know what he would have been doing down there.
He did by the railroad tracks.
Just from light pole to light pole.
Yeah.
But it's on the east side of Ferguson Street.
Yeah, no,
Going in, it's on the east side.
Oh.
It's on the left hand side.
And he was never told to do that because the fair usually does it.
It needs to
Fair
be done.
people.
Yeah, I don't think it was on the map, but we lost it. We didn't have a copy of the map either for the office. There was 2 copies of them. So
So they got the copy, they got on here, but they both, don't know who took it.
Not in this stack here. Anyway, I'll look for it.
I might get a copy, I'll leave one at the office here if I could.
But since Connie and Kathy took care of a little bit, I thought he might take some money off of his bill.
I asked him about that. He said my bill is the bill. And then he went over a lot of what they do too. He says it's the same. He just went over it. I said, well, they mowed up here at the city hall and stuff, and I need to know before the meeting if your bill it's going to be reduced because they did some of that. And he says, no, if it's my work, I'm going to go over it. And he did. I saw him going over this, and then he got his weed whacker out and did around. So I mean, it looked good before he came, but it did actually look better after he came too. And I get that because it's his reputation. And then he weed whacked back there where it was like 4 feet high, so that was great. So that's the answer to that.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the quote, the bill for Buzz's Lawn Care.
Motion made. Do we have a second?
I will second it.
Motion made and seconded. Any further discussion?
Well, I think it's a little high and I don't think that we should. What was mowed should have been not mowed, even though it looked good. Should not been mowed again because it was a waste of his time and Connie and Kathy helped to, yeah. I mean, that's kind of like double dipping to me. I would think if he was coming out of Ferguson Development down there, he would have just out of gracious of his heart stopped and whooped up that little piece, but that is my thoughts.
I did ask if ATAC would check to see if he got everything that needed to be mowed in the fairgrounds. And I hadn't heard back. I was meant to ask him
Oh, the
today. but I
lagoons?
got busy. Yeah,
Well, the
lagoons.
fairground.
Sorry, I meant the lagoon. Yeah, the lagoon. But I did look when I was locking up and it looked pretty good, so.
Anthony?
Just to answer, so, the part that still needs to be done is the riprap. Pretty bad, and, it's not that he could have done it, it's not his, probably. his
Yeah.
fault,
Right.
but-
Yeah, he doesn't have, he recommended point blank, you need to find somebody who's
Yeah.
a little more adept at that kind of thing. And that's gonna be spraying. That's gonna be a chemical treatment. We don't need somebody doing anything physical anywhere near that riprap, right? We need,
Yeah, I think the first go around is gonna be rough, but then after that, if we keep up on it, the spray and all that would be sufficient. So we kind of have some catch up to do here, especially on the two older bits, A and C. Like between C and the treatment plant it's like 6 foot tall. So,
and just, yeah, just to make sure that so the riprap out there is a protective layer and underneath that is the bentonite. We can't have weeds going crazy in that area because it'll damage the underburden that's there to keep our lagoons sealed.
Yeah.
So if we have weeds growing crazy in our lagoon and our bentonite layer gets ruined, we're leaking sewer water. And so that's why the weed control at the lagoons is not a visual thing, but a mechanical preventative maintenance thing. Johnny?
Some of the stuff that I did look nice, but after such a long delay between mowings, I mean, that ragweed is as big around as your middle finger. And my little battery operated weed whacker, what did I get?
Yeah.
So it took a gas powered whatever. So I did what I could do. He did not go back over what I did by the road. It's so deep and like my mower wouldn't even go through it. So initially, was it expensive? Yeah, it is, but it's, those weeds took some whacking to get those down. So,
Thank you for your time.
yeah, and I was also saying, it looks like there's a tree growing in the lagoon. Is there a tree? Looks like a big old cottonwood starting to grow up in that for itself, closest to the fairgrounds road.
I haven't seen that, but that's worth taking a look.
Yeah,
Another thing to note is that when I had initially gone out for quotes, Charlie was the lowest by more than half the original map. The next lowest I got was 2,500 some, and that was when the map was a lot smaller. So I think this is a testament to how well taken care of the town was for an exceptionally long period of time at an exceptionally reasonable cost. I'm going to say that over and over again. I know that everybody's on the same page with that, but later in the agenda, we're going to be talking about public works associates, right? So we've got wiggle room in how we deal with our lawn care. All right, any further discussion on the motion on the floor to approve the quote from Buzz's Lawn Care? Seeing none, all those in favor?
aye.
Aye. Motion passed. Okay. Approve hiring of public works employee. Why is that?
So, because,
And then you have.
yeah, then you have
Bottom
the
down.
total fee.
I'm not sure why that ended up in two places. It wasn't supposed to. All right, so this isn't really, I wouldn't necessarily call it old business, because if I can recall correctly, we never discussed this outside the work session, really. It's all work sessions. I think I would entertain motions to dismiss 7B.
All right, I'll make that motion.
Motion made. Do we have a second?
Sure.
Motion made and seconded. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, C, update on wastewater treatment plant required repairs. Anthony?
Yeah, so this is the bearing. So I'm asking for approval of $500 for parts and labor on our motor bearing. And it's working now, but it was in the really hot weather, it was making kind of a squealing sound. And so we don't want that whole motor to go. And so that would be the budget, not to exceed. The part was like $50, but then you have to take the motor apart and put it in. It's the fan on the top of the motor that cools it. So, hopefully we come in less than that. I mean, we will come in less than that, but we're good about less, so.
Okay.
I'll make a motion that we approve a budget of no more than $500 for the motor bearing repair at the wastewater treatment plant.
Motion made. Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion? Yeah, we did talk about this. Was this a special meeting or a regular meeting where we kind of touched on this? But this is, yeah, last regular meeting, I guess it was, just gently discussed. So this is preventative maintenance essentially. Okay, any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passed. Okay, Tower Hill Road Drainage Upgrade Plan discussion. I don't think we have anything new on this, and I don't know if we need to be poking at this right now until the work on Tower Hill has been finished in other aspects. There's a lot going on up there. Anthony?
So, the report that the surveyors did, when they came to do that scan, I knew that you guys were wanting to do that drainage. I had them shoot everything on the left side of that driveway all the way up. And I have an Excel file with those elevations, so you could actually kind of figure out how much dirt you have to contour and all that. I can email that to you.
Okay.
They did that within the budget.
Oh, very good. Yes, very good.
Can you email it to Terry so she can
Sure.
send it to her?
Yeah, it's an Excel file with elevations and.
I'm getting what kind of a CSV?
Yeah.
CSV, yeah. Yeah, so it's data you feed into other software and then.
Well, I just asked for it because I had said I would look into getting a contractor to look at that, and I sent an email out, but I haven't heard back. So that might be helpful.
Yeah. No, that's good thing to inject into software and give us a good 3D map of the whole hill. Okay, so I guess we can table this if somebody would like to. I would entertain a motion to table this pending completion of outstanding work on Tower Hill.
I'll make that motion.
Motion made. We have a second. Made and seconded. Further discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, moving on to what may be a hot topic. Second reading of ordinance chapter 51, sewer regulations. So as a second reading, Larry, if you would do the honors of reading the wonderful stuff in bold, and then we can move into any motions. Yeah.
An ordinance to amend Town of Hermosa Ordinance Chapter 51 Sewer Regulations by amending Chapter 51 thereto to ensure concise and equitable regulation of the municipal sewer system in accordance with and limited to those powers granted by the state of South Dakota and the United States of America. Be it ordained by the Board of Trustees for the town of Hermosa that the town of Hermosa ordinance chapter 51 sewer regulations be enacted as follows. Chapter 51 sewer regulations.
Okay, I will entertain a motion to approve.
I second that.
I'll enter, you want to make the motion?
I could make it.
Motion made, do we have a second? Made and seconded, further discussion.
Well, I have 6 pages here.
Oh, I've got some too. We found the secrets of the sewer ordinances, but you can start.
Well, no, I'd like to make a amendment to the ordinances that have been presented, to include a section on definitions. So that those definitions are really clear. I didn't see it and I could have missed it.
5101 is definitely.
5101. Let me see what's missing. Oh yeah, definitions. So I wonder if we can't add what a lateral is, what the connection is, what a tap is, and what a saddle is to those definitions. Because I think all of those things need to be mentioned in the ordinance. I don't think it's clear enough.
It's not clear enough for people that are not sitting at this table all the time.
All the time.
I guess I would
And
agree with that,
I
you
guess,
know.
yeah, and the reason I bring it up is because I had a couple of citizens call because they were concerned that we were just throwing this out here at the same time as we have requests for payments on these types of issues. I feel like the impression was that it made the board look like they were trying to skirt their responsibilities, current responsibilities. I assured the people that I talked to that that's not what we're trying to do. But I feel like we need more definition, more understanding of what those things are and who's responsible for those things. Now, if we say that the citizen is responsible for the lateral, the connection, the tap, and the saddle, but that would be a lot more clear than just saying everything from the main. Even when I was reading it in review today, I thought people could be confused by it, the way it's worded here. So that's my first request for amendment on this. Any other thoughts on that? Adding those? I mean, yeah.
I would say that if your goal is to make it more plain language for people to understand, then you wouldn't want to just put those terms in the definitions. You would want to then utilize those terms in the rest of the ordinances.
Well,
You have to,
that becomes the thing.
you don't need to define terms that don't currently appear in the rest of the ordinance unless you're going to start using them throughout. So, which is, maybe an admirable thing to do.
Yeah, and so that's the next thing is just making sure that where we're referring to that type of location, that it's written in there. This is the homeowner's responsibility versus the city. So, and I'm happy to go through and make the changes where they go, but well, I'm not really happy to do it.
All right. Any other input, trustees?
Well, I would agree with that. I think that should be done. What she says, I think that's a great idea.
Okay.
So the idea is to have the town just responsible for the main line, right? And everything connected to it is property owner.
Mhm.
So We really have to say tap and saddle and all that. If we,
Well,
So I can actually help simplify this discussion really, really quick. Here are the ordinances for the city of Custer, and from what I found, this is pretty much how they do it. You go here, and this is what you get as far as who's responsible for what. All costs and expenses incidental to the installation and connection of the building sewer shall be borne by the owners. The owner shall indemnify the city from any loss or damage that may directly or indirectly be occasioned by the installation of the building sewer. So essentially, we own a main. And anything that happens, literally anything that isn't directly related to that main, is on the owner. And thanks to Terry, we have the previous version of this exact area, which was revised in 2006 and was changed to what it is now in 2015. And interestingly enough, the language is almost identical to the language in the city of Custer's ordinance. Where was that here? The owner, or is the permit? Where was that? It's here. Shall pay the, no. All costs and expenses incident to the installation and connection of the building sewer shall be borne by the owner. The owner shall indemnify the municipality from any loss or damage that may directly or indirectly be caused by the installation of the building sewer. So until 2015, our ordinances were online with Custer and most of the cities in South Dakota. 2015, the town decided to take on a burden that no other town is taking on.
Doesn't mean it's not right, just because nobody else does it.
and some towns do.
I would like to see one other town with an ordinance, just one, if I could see just one example of another town with an ordinance to where they bear responsibility for work that was done by somebody else. Right? I just like to see one example of the town saying, all right, so once this installation's done, we're going to essentially warranty it, even though we can't be certain it was done correctly or who did it. I would like to see just one other example of a city doing that, just anywhere in the country.
I don't know then, but I didn't do the research either.
Generally, if everybody's doing something a certain way and it works and they have a good budget as a result of doing it that way, there are times to break the trend and there are times to not fix what ain't broken. And that this feels like a fixing what ain't broken.
No, we've had this argument, the board has had this argument on and off for years and years and years. And it's a matter of who's sitting at the table and who wants to. I will not vote for it because I am still a firm believer that I have absolutely no control over what drives across the street. How many trucks, how heavy the trucks are, not my fault.
So none of the repairs we've seen made so far, none of the possible repairs that have been brought, none of them had any damage whatsoever to any of the piping underneath the road.
Doesn't mean it didn't get wiggled in the, years ago and caused that problem. I won't. I appreciate the argument here. I know, and I can argue with you for 5 years. I don't care. I won't. I cannot go that way. I just can't. As far as I'm concerned, I have absolutely no control, and neither does anybody else in this room have any control over what drives across the road and would possibly mess up either, depending on what side of the road you're on, either the water pipes or the sewer pipes. And so that's just me. And I know every other town does it that way. And I know I had this argument with Mr. Hallsworth and several other board members throughout the years because Mr. Hallsworth feels the same way you do. And so, however, doesn't matter. I'm only one of the 5 of us, and I know how I'm voting. So I'll keep my mouth shut from now on out on it.
Much appreciated input. I'm going to take Trustee Ferguson, then Mark, then Karis, and we can.
Well, it's strange that people think that you have something done and there's an umpteen-year warranty on it. Well, that don't work. The guy that, somebody's gotta get paid for it. And why should the person that originally paid for it, after 20 years, they think you need to come back and fix it for free? That, I don't know.
That's, that, yeah. We definitely don't have anything telling people I have to warranty it.
Well, yeah, but I mean, that kind of boils up to what Linda's getting at, I mean, the town has to pay for it, well, somebody has to put the bill for it, and I don't think it should be the town.
All right. Mark?
Most of the time, on situations like this, if you've worked in towns, like it's old town. It's an old town. A lot of old clay pipe, tile pipe, maybe some concrete wrap pipe, who knows? But 40, 50 years ago, guys would take a hammer, break a hole in it, shove the pipe in and wrap it in some burlap. Or something comparable to that. And eventually roots are gonna go through. And we're gonna start seeing this in almost every home that's older in this town that hasn't been repaired. Starting the trend of fixing them, the council could end up, and it's not you guys that are making this, that you're spending our money fixing other people's sewers. They aren't actually damaged. They are just old. And the more pipe is cracked around them from jetting, it's blown it out, it's eroded dirt. Some things just need to be replaced after 40 or 50 years. And I think should be on the homeowner, not every water user in town.
Karis?
Well, in that situation, more times than not, as a sewer and water contractor with an active license in South Dakota, any problems that I see with a main, particularly, it's usually your sewer lines that are going to the house. Usually, a lot of your repairs are Orangeburg, old clay tile pipe. It's never, in my experience, usually don't have an issue with your mains. In a lot of cities like Rapid City, where I've installed thousands of feet of pipe, the city does own up to the tap. They take the tap and they're responsible for the tap. Anything past the tap to the cleanup, it's on the homeowner. Because most times when I fix sewer lines, it's typically a problem on a cleanup or typically into the house. All your sewer breaks are right at the house. So do I believe the town should have responsibility in anything further than the main? Absolutely not. You're gonna waste all your money. So that's my input on it as a professional sewer and water installer. So, thank you.
Very good. Trina?
I'd like to ask the board to just hold off on putting this into law till our lawyer has looked at it, specifically, the parts that are mentioned, as far as state code goes, malicious and willful, damage. If he could look at those, and then we could put in that tap and a couple of other definitions and just kind of make it a little bit more specific on what we're talking about. I don't think it would take much time to do that. So I'm just asking, for, maybe 2 weeks for doing that. I don't know how long he needs, but then, yeah, I feel like by the next meeting, I could have those definitions in here, and then the places where I change it, I could put them underlined or in red or something, and then we could see those amendments. That's what I'm asking the board to do, is to just hold off, table it for those amendments and for Scott's review. What is your thought?
Would you be able to send me like your proposed changes, like when you hold the meeting?
Oh, yeah. Yep.
I think that table would work for me, if the board's inclined to go that way.
So just to note on definitions, there were actually quite a bit of definitions in there that were removed. One being may was defined and shall was defined. And
Yeah, well,
that's there was it was still DENR, not DANR. was one that I was corrected. And then there was, water path, there was some definition that wasn't used anywhere. It was weird. But as far as defining taps, defining saddles, defining these sorts of things. So the end of the ordinance, essentially, they have to be up to state code. All that stuff is defined within state code. If we start making our own decisions on how it should be defined, then we put ourselves in a position where we have to update our ordinances if state code changes. The best thing you can do is say, no, it will be built according to state code. Right? And I don't know if there's a contractor could give us a general idea of what the state would tell us about things like saddles and tapping.
Typically, if they got questions about any of that, your best bet, you can make a drawing of what your connections and you run a pipe to your line, to your clean out. And most new sewer services have a double clean out on them. One that cleans back to the main and one that cleans to the house. If you give a rough picture for people who have questions on what they're looking at and have your little labels of, okay, this is the line, this is the lateral, this is the tap, you know, even up to a lot of sewer mains are deep and they come up. So if we've got a bend in there and something like that. If you have those pictures for them to look at, then it kind of avoids all the questions.
That seems like something that would be good to have attached to the permit.
Yeah.
Somebody takes out a permit. Oh, look, this is what we expect of you.
Typically. I don't know, every time I've gotten a permit, they just give me one.
Yeah. Yeah, so I guess, so it sounds like we want an attorney review, possibly. Any further discussion? Mr. Halsworth?
Yes, as what Ms. Kramer said, I've always been one who said that the homeowner should be responsible, from theirs to the main. The only circumstances are if we found a problem with the main and the tap itself, then I didn't feel that should be the homeowner's responsibility. And purposes being, they aren't aware of that. If it was dug up and that was located and whether your public works or whoever inspected it, then it was a situation where I felt the town should help on that portion of the tap. Anything else on the service line, I totally agree. The thing is you need to heavily be involved. If it's crossing the street, that the compaction and inspections and everything else are done properly, or you're gonna have a mess all over town on anybody that has to repair in that type of a circumstance. So, and the hard part too is you've already done a couple precedences with ones you've already repaired. And I noticed we aren't on the agenda to discuss the one that we brought up several weeks ago too on ours, was bad tap, sent a video cost, and we've had to have Rapid Ruby come out again on the same circumstance. So to me, I understand where the trustees are coming, that it looks like, let's shove this through so we have no more responsibility. Had it not been that we already had precedences that you've repaired, fixed, and now changing, I think that needs to be discussed and looked at also.
Yeah, so every time you change an ordinance, right, you're gonna have a situation before that ordinance change where something was done differently. That's why you're changing ordinances, right? We were doing it that way. Turns out we're getting in trouble by doing it that way, or we're wasting money by doing it that way. We should probably stop doing that. It's not a precedent once you change the ordinance. A precedent is, yeah, that's more Mr. James's. Yeah, all right. I guess, further input, further discussion.
We need to, at a minimum, have an amendment for Scott James to review it before it becomes law. Does everybody agree with that?
Would you like to make that motion?
Yeah, sure.
Motion to amend the current motion to include a contingency of city attorney review.
Yeah.
Motion made. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Made and seconded. Further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor? Aye. Okay, so back to the main motion. Any further discussion on this now amended main motion of approving the ordinance contingent on city attorney review? Seeing none, all those in favor? Aye. All those opposed?
Aye.
All right. Motion passed. Attorney James, I guess we will wait to hear from you. And if you find anything that's, puts us in trouble by passing it the way it is, then please feel free until we get a green light from Mr. James, we do not publish, do not really take any steps forward. Right?
Because it goes in effect 30 days after it's
Published 20 days after publication. So essentially that publication can't occur without Spoon's approval. So we've got a good stop gap there. Okay. Moving on to discussion on pursuing contracted animal control services. Who would like to take control of this particular discussion?
Well, I guess, I did call Custer County Sheriff's Office and talk to Derek, the sheriff. So Custer County has a contract with Battle Mountain for their animal control. And the gal that had called me from Battle Mountain said, well, we would need to have a contract with Custer County. But Derek said that's not really true. He said, because that would mean that the county would have to do our animal control for it. So he said the city of Custer has their own contract with Battle Mountain, and he believes they charge him $1,000 a month. That's what they pay him. I said, well, would that be less for us? Since we're a much smaller town, and he wasn't sure. But I did talk to then gal named Connie down at Battle Mountain, and did ask her what they would charge us, and I haven't heard a definite number back from her. But that's the route you'd have to go. We'd have to get a contract directly with Battle Mountain to have animal control.
In that case, I would recommend that we postpone this discussion until we get the figure from Battle Mountain.
So we'll say, I would entertain a motion to table this pending a quote from the Humane Society.
Yeah, so whenever we get that, and then the next meeting after that.
Sounds good. You'll make that motion?
Yep.
Do I have a second? Motion made and seconded. Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion for assignment of economic development liaison. I actually brought this to Trina. I've been wearing so many different hats, and this one deserves more attention than it's been getting. And I think it's something that's right up Trina's wheelhouse, something she could really gain traction with. So I would entertain a motion to appoint Trustee Matheny as the economic development liaison.
I'll make that motion.
Motion made. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Made and seconded. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Very good. Congratulations, Trina. Thank you
Thank you.
for taking that challenge.
happy to help.
Look forward to seeing what I think we all look forward to seeing is more business, more, and fun. And all right. Motion to approve job posting Public Works Associate. We need something on the floor to discuss, right? Anybody have a motion they would like to make? So that we can have some kind of a discussion, because that's where everything starts, right?
I don't see the paperwork.
There isn't any recently. We kind of had to go at this a while back. Never actually put anything on paper regarding a job posting, but I don't think any of us want to keep kicking this can down the road.
No, but I think we should have a work session and discuss it rather, if we're looking for a whole job description, that's not just something we can do in 10 minutes or 20 minutes. I think we should just have a work session on it.
So to that, I would say I would be up for having a special meeting strictly limited to that item, to where we have to come out the end of that special meeting with an approved job posting. Because the work sessions, we have the work session, we talk about it for 2 or 3 hours, and we come out with not a whole lot. We need to rip the Band-Aid off, just grin and bear it and fight our way to something we can post, right?
Okay, I'm fine with that.
Mr. Stiles?
One of the things they have done in the past is I put together a whole job description of what the public works person would do based upon the things that were in the contract before. I put together, and I actually submitted it in the past to the past board president, and what the whole packet to submit and hire and all that stuff. I'd be willing to forward that to you, and then you could hand it out to the people before that special meeting. And then you'll have something to start with, when you go into that special meeting and say, okay, this we like, you leave in, this we don't like. Otherwise, you never come out with nothing if you don't have something you go into.
Can you send it to Terry and she'll just send it to all of us?
Yeah, I'll send it to Terry.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Yeah, I think one thing I want to make a point on though is, we've developed this tendency, or I don't know how long it's been around, when we're looking to hire somebody, is we put some kind of deadline, like, oh, we'll post this job for 2 weeks, we'll post this job for a month. We got to stop doing that. We got to post a job and leave it posted until we find somebody that we're happy with. I mean, you can't say, oh, we'll give it 2 weeks and all right, well, we got one job application. I guess that's who we're taking. This is going to be a monster of a task for this person to take on. We want to give ourselves the freedom to have discernment, I think is the way to say it. And leave it standing as long as it takes until we find somebody that we say that they're our public works person. They're going to be here for the long haul and they're going to champion our everything.
I make a motion that we table this until after our special meeting, and that we schedule a special meeting right now.
Table pending special meeting.
Yes.
Motion made. Do we have a second?
Second that.
Motion seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Before we move on, should we take a peeky? Quickie looky see? We've got budget meetings, so that's a thing. They can't meet the 10th?
They won't meet that following week because the Jim is on. I got an email from Krista today, but I don't know if we had decided anything at the moment.
17th?
17th.
I know they have their meetings on Monday, so it just seems like a good thing that they have their meetings. 17th? August 17th, meeting with the president.
Oh,
Oh, okay.
I don't know why I put it there, but it's a pretty question, so on 17.
Well, that's a side note. Now, Public Works, where are we going to plug that one in?
So when do we do our budget meetings?
That's later in the agenda to set this meeting dates. I have it under Tyler's office.
Can this wait until September? I know it's,
Every day counts.
but I know that.
September is our budget meetings, right?
Budget meetings are August.
Oh,
Our preliminary budget is due by the first meeting in September.
Oh.
And then the finals due October.
What about the third?
Can we just,
Oh, yeah.
what day's your birthday?
Last day of the month,
This month?
May 29.
Yeah. Okay then. I thought we weren't doing any lying at this board. Okay, I think we should table this discussion until we have the discussion about the budget meetings and stuff. Can we just combine that with that? Okay, thank you.
Okay, sounds good. All right,
We still need to pass the motion.
yeah, did we vote on it?
Oh, fine, we did.
Yeah.
We did.
We voted okay just to add the date, so.
Sorry. got too much in my brain today.
Okay, discussion on additional wastewater treatment plant change orders. Hello, is it? Yeah, it's not. So we've got somewhere in here, there was something. Anthony?
So there's two change orders. The first one is work that's been completed, to satisfy the requirements of the state inspector. That was for $1,500. So the town bought the building and the town bought the panels. We gave them to the contractors. And so that was kind of the missing link between the buildings and the panels, is that there was different upgrades that were needed that weren't in that building. Originally. And so, John went ahead and got those done, and he got an approval. I think a copy of the stickers in the packet, approval from the state inspector. So that's what change order one is. Change order two is to upgrade the feed line. And that's not been done yet. Upgrade the feed line so that we get the 400 amp service that we expect. And that was required of running a second line, similar size, because it wasn't in the conduit or anything. And the town provided that feed line. So that's optional for the town. That's kind of nothing that has been already done, or that I would say is urgent, but it is something that should be brought to your attention, because if we ever needed 400 amps, we don't have it there. Even though we have it at the Black Hills Electric Co-op box, we don't have it due to the feed line. So those are the two change orders. So the one is kind of in a different kind of category than the other. One is work that satisfied the state inspector requirements, and the second one is a feed line that would give us the 400.
Okay, so
see the one.
my thoughts.
So one is 7B and the other one is 8. I got 8.
No, that's fine.
There was an update on wastewater treatment plant required repairs classified, it's a.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Any trustees want to kick this off before I get into it?
I make a motion that we pay the bill to Heartland Electric for $14.93 for the waste water treatment work done in July.
Do we have a second?
I'll second that motion.
All right, further discussion.
Well, it was never approved, was it?
Nope. So the elephant in the room is that this came about because essentially the work was done unlicensed. It's kind of amazing that retroactively it's managed to get to where it is now without a much higher bill. There was a fair period of time there where the possibility of a total tear out was on the table because it was all done unlicensed. But at the end of the day, we bid out a contract, have work done, and we had a price attached to it. This is not incidental to anything the town did, really. This is the results, in my opinion, of things not being handled carefully during the construction project. I don't know.
Everybody else said.
Well, I agree with you. I mean, there's a lot of these are coming up. Why weren't they taken care of the first go around? Why are we now having to pay for these mistakes that our contractor or the engineer made or whoever made them?
Terry, was there an original amount for the bid? And have we exceeded that original amount?
There's a contract bid.
Yeah.
The contract and we paid everything except for that last 10%
The
that
10%.
And
we paid John Region up into that.
kind of my opinion, my perspective, my position on that is that the reason we hold on to that 10% is for exactly these sorts of contingencies where we didn't get the project completed to spec. Now, if we were to have accepted it and then found out this later, then we would say, all right, well, we're taking that out of your 10%, doing it ourselves. Anyone else?
Well, are there not more electricians and in South Dakota? You probably don't change it before. That's always been my role stays here.
Anything further? All right, seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the, what was it?
To approve that invoice.
Motion on the floor to approve the invoice from Heartland Electric. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed, please say nay.
Yay.
Nay. I think, yeah. I think I'm not comfortable with, yes. Motion failed. Anybody else have motions they want to make? Any other motions related?
How much is left in the contingency?
14,000,
10%.
The 10% is the 14.
This is 10% of what's,
which I do believe is in the claims. The 14,000 is in the,
it's on the last page, page 29.
and I mean, my thoughts on this would be the alternative would be to pay this, but then reduce
Mhm.
the remaining by that same amount. So it's apples and apples.
Well, I hate to sit on a board that doesn't pay their bills, so we have to decide what to do. Because we need to direct Terry in a way that's appropriate.
Well, technically,
can't
this
just
isn't our bill. This is
delay.
Conifer Construction's bill.
Well, then you've made your statement of what your plan is, right? Pass the bill, pass it along. Conifer.
It's not a plan, it's a technical reality. They're contracted to build a plan under a bid.
Yep, you're gonna pass it along, so. Now
No, this is trying to be passed on to the town when the town never approved it. It's not us passing it to them. It's rejecting and they're passing it to us.
this says it's to us, so that's all I'm saying. I'm not trying to argue the semantics. This is our bill. It has our name on it. Are we going to ask Conifer to pay it, or are we gonna pay it and then reduce Conifer's pay?
Well, we never, I don't recall ever having a quote brought before the board from Heartland Electric. I don't recall us ever approving a quote from Heartland Electric, so hopefully companies aren't. Yeah, we don't need to go much further into that.
So are we gonna ask Terry to contact Conifer and ask them to pay?
We don't need to do anything. We don't have any obligation to this. We never authorized this. We never asked for it.
But they sent us a bill, so we need to reply in some fashion.
Yeah.
And the bill that does not belong to the town, it belongs to Conifer. Including our bill.
Mr. James,
Probably a letter of straight. So, and it's not one, I'm comfortable writing that letter, so.
Yeah.
I just say, yeah, the town is use this as a efficiency and a contract. So, I'm gonna pay you a percentage less this or whatever, whatever it's just gonna be equal. And, obviously, if they wanna take a small claim or whatever, I guess they can try it. That's kind of what I do. So.
Then I would like to, we have
Would you say it's apples to apples, whether we reject this bill versus paying this one, but then reducing the other amount?
I mean, I think you can. I think they are logically connected as you have kind of set out. I mean, I think that makes sense. That's, you have an emergency fund, so, I think whichever way you want to communicate that, whether that's Conifer wants to pay it out of their pocket, or you want to pay it from the 14%. Either way, but.
If, in my opinion, it works better if we pay this and take it out of their pay.
Yeah.
I mean, the bill is ours.
No.
No, it's
Well,
not. We never approved it.
Excuse me, it's got our name on it.
Hold on, let me make a note to somebody saying that they owe me money. Hand it to them. They're gonna have to come give me that money because I gave them a note saying they owe me money. That's what,
But it works, I feel like it works better if we pay it and then subtract it out of this amount for Conifer, because then it all gets done efficiently, quickly.
Mr. Fowler,
Yes, there was a motion to pay it. The motion was
Failed.
undone,
Mhm.
failed.
Yeah.
You can have another motion, if that's what Trina wants, then just make the motion, Trina, and then they can discuss again. But
Yeah.
it's not really good to be discussing a whole bunch of our motion on the table.
okay, yeah, so I'll entertain motions at this point.
That's my motion. I make a motion that we pay this bill on behalf of Conifer Construction and subtract it from the amount due to them for the finished inspected building.
Motion made. Do we have a second?
Nobody likes that.
I'll second that.
All right, motion seconded. Further discussion. Okay, hold on. I gotta remember how these hands went up. Anthony,
It's the engineer.
So I would say that the balance that's owed on the original contract is sort of its own retainage based on the scope and fees of that contract that we have with Conifer, right? This other bill it's actually like it's been described, it's a bill addressed to the town. It's not a change order through the contractor, through his contract, right? So it's a little bit of a misnomer in terms of it being considered a change order, the way it's been presented on the packet. It's more like a bill from Heartland Electric to the town of Hermosa. Now, town of Hermosa did hire Heartland Electric to inspect.
That's true.
So you could see this as that particular vendor that we hired previously adding to their scope of work. Now, you could just tell that particular vendor, hey, we didn't ask you to add that to your scope of work. And then have Conifer Construction address that issue with that vendor, right?
Mhm.
That would uncouple the two because they're not really coupled. That would just be my suggestion.
we had more hands in the audience.
Yeah, I was just going to say, it sounds like that if you pay this bill, then you are accepting the fact that it is your bill.
Implying, at very least, implying that it is somehow our
Yes, but
responsibility.
if you pay it, you're accepting it. You're saying this is our bill and paying it.
That's true.
If you don't think it's your bill, then you better not pay it. That's my thought.
Trustee Ferguson?
Did somebody from the town board call this individual to do the inspection?
We approved.
We approved it. It was
It's $500. I believe is what-
brought forward to us.
a while ago, before I was on board.
Yeah, because we made essentially, I believe that,
It was after because it was, we made, because they had to do the approved inspection. It was two bills, I think we had to prove some of that.
mhm,
Well, this one and
yeah,
the building inspection and electrical inspection, we approved budgets for both of those.
and the killer is once the state inspector got out, he said, y'all are out of your mind. We do this for free. You should have called us first. Because they would have done all the inspections we paid to have done was the same one they did, and they did it for free. They're not gonna send us a bill for their inspections, and they did 2 of them now. Yeah, we should have just, before doing all this, gone straight to the state, but you know, hindsight 2020, if we ever need an electrical inspection, we should just go to the state. Can we do it for free apparently? I guess we'll keep that in mind. Any commercial, industrial, electrical work, high voltage. Mark,
I got a question. I've been in business my whole life. If somebody's done something improper on an inspection, why wasn't the contractor called and said, hey, we got an issue? You need to come out and take care of it?
that's kind of where we're at now, is this is the result of,
Well, I'm saying, was Concord given the opportunity to come out and make the repair to bring it up to the code?
this is, as far as I understand, this is an electrical contractor that they identified and utilized.
So Concord hired this contractor to do the work. So
Essentially,
then he's responsible if he did the wrong work.
essentially, yeah.
Period.
So, yeah, all right, any further on this one? I think everybody's satisfied. All right, no further discussion. All those in favor of, or yeah, if you could read the motion, yeah.
To pay this invoice on behalf of Concord Construction and subtract the amount from the remaining amount owed. That 10%.
Yes, all those in favor?
Wait a second. I'm sorry. Is that the motion that you made?
Yeah, that's the second motion I made.
Oh, was that seconded?
By Linda.
Oh.
So we could have the discussion.
Okay, I see. Okay.
Without just-
Now, what is the actual motion?
To approve paying and then taking it out of the 10% that we still
Paying
owe.
this Heartland and taking it out of
Concord.
Nobody likes that.
All right, no further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye,
Nay.
nay.
Okay,
Did I vote on it?
You did.
it's fine, Donna. You voted for what made sense to you, and
I know.
that's all any of us can ever do.
Yeah.
All right, all right, so I don't know if there's anything more to do on this right now, really.
I think that certainly I mean, my suggestion will be that we take this bill and I write a letter, send it to Concord saying the town is not paying this bill, this should be your responsibility. With a lot more release.
Okay.
I would make that motion.
Okay, I believe there's a motion on the floor.
I'll second that motion.
That's been seconded, authorizing the city attorney to address the Heartland Electric LLC invoice. Any further discussion? Anthony?
I think if you just had Concord to contact the electrician and let him know what your decision was, that's all you need.
But who's gonna pay the bill?
It's not a problem.
Well, I know, I mean, why would we contact the electrician?
We wouldn't. I would plan to copy our little letter from the letter, just so they're in the loop, but I don't think a phone call in the situation is the best way to do it. I don't even need a buddy, I need to send them a clear message call.
Okay, further discussion? Seeing none, we do have a motion on the floor. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I'll abstain.
Okay, 4 ayes, 1 abstention. Very good. New business, 8G, approved payment of invoice for 430 Manning Street sewer cleaning,
This one is
amount of
mine.
$563.07.
I make the motion that we approve this payment for 430 Manning Street, $563.07.
Motion made. Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Made and seconded. Anybody else want to kick this one off?
I do.
Why are we paying it? He didn't authorize him to have it done.
That does seem to be the trend.
Just get your bill unplugged and send it over. That's all you have to do.
No,
That does seem.
well, there's a lot more in this particular one. There's a lot more. As you see in the packet, there are several pages providing the information of who's done the work. And why. And this was an issue. I got the pictures from John because he was there, because he's our contractor. He was there. He had the before and after picture to share, that it was actually, covered under our current ordinances. It's covered this particular section of line. Now, all that said, the homeowner and I talked, and there was a lot more damage that he paid for, that was on his bill. So he's just giving us the bill that pertains to the connection to the main. And we need to uphold what our current ordinances are. So that's why I'm presenting it to the board.
Okay, any further? All right, so we have camera scope, outside clean out. Now, as far as any additional costs, this is one of the ones that the town already paid $5,000 for the repair. So it's not like this is, this is all the town. No, we already got smacked with a heavy hammer. We paid $5,000 for the repair.
The two, well, the ones that John looked at and hired Action Mechanical to fix.
Yeah.
It was 5,000 something for the fix.
That was the one that was, I'm.
So anyway,
when?
recently, like a month ago. So we also see here, I see here that we're paying for camera scoping. And now talking about our ordinances, so we're responsible from the property line to the main. When they have cammering done, are they gonna have just that section done, or are they gonna have the whole thing done? Did they camera all the way from their clean out right next to the house to the main? Because if so, I guess if we look at our ordinances and go explicitly on our ordinances, then there's only a percentage of that cammering that the town could possibly be paid for. So I guess we need to figure out how far it is from their clean out to their property line, and from their property line to the main, and the city can pay a percentage based on the distance from the property line to the main. And if we're gonna go raise the sharp on our ordinances, that's probably the most we could ever be held responsible for.
For the cammering
Yes, so
that we
essentially,
already paid for.
no, that they're asking us to pay for. So essentially take the distance that was cameraed, and the town can pay a percentage based on what we're actually responsible for, the property line to the main. See, this is where the ordinances get super problematic, because we have partial responsibility over things, and that gets weird. Mark, saw your hand up there for a second.
Yeah. With our ordinance the way it was, the only way they could prove that it was a connection at the main was to camera it. There's only one way to camera it, and that's from going to their house. I think you guys have to bite the bullet on these and pay for them. And I think they were told they had to do this. Don't quote me, but I believe they were told they had to do this to prove it was a problem. Also, I don't know how you even try and get out of paying these two. Get the ordinance changed, but I think you need to let the ship sail on these two and just take care of them for the people, because I think they expect it, because I do think they were told that it would be.
So who would have had the authority to tell them that?
Wasn't it mentioned in a
If it
meeting?
wasn't inclusive within a motion, then it doesn't count. If it wasn't a board action, then it doesn't count. Anybody could have said, oh, you should do that, but it wasn't board action, right? Or a directive, maybe, I guess, a directive from our building inspector, a directive from, who else?
Sewer and water operator.
Sewer water operator. So I suppose they could have exercised that authority. Yeah, no, I think that's something to be known, but I would like an amendment to this motion because I'm curious fellow. I would, yeah, I'll go ahead and make it. I would like to amend this motion. Right now it's basically to pay it, I believe.
Mhm.
So I'll amend it so that it reads, upon receipt of footage and images from the camera inspection. That's my amendment that I'm making. Would anybody second that? Receipt of camera footage and related to the inspection. Motion made and seconded. And essentially what I'm saying is if we're going to pay for camera work done, I want us to have that footage and I want us to be, at the very least, able to look into that last section of that video that's going to give us insight in the condition of our main. At that very final stage of their inspection, I want to see what's going on at that main. What was going on before the repair is really what it's going to tell us because now it's been repaired. Because there's another video that we did get that's shined light on some interesting. Yeah, any further discussion on this one, on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Abstain.
Okay, that amendment passed. Any further discussion on the main motion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 Very good. Okay. So essentially they get paid once we get whatever footage. I think that's fair. We're paying for it. Yeah. Okay, cool. H. All right. Approved payment of invoice for 315 Manning Street sewer cleaning, $403.56. Anybody like to make a motion?
I make the motion that we pay the invoice on 315 Main Street for a total of $403.56.
Motion made. Do we have a second?
Yes.
Made and seconded. Any further discussion from the board members?
The one with the camera in, right?
Mm-hmm. You want to see the footage? Everybody want to see the footage? I like the footage. Okay, so we've got actual footage for this one. So we don't really need to watch the whole thing, but it gets interesting midway. To start, first time it kind of starts to get interesting. Oh, it might be earlier than that, but there's a break in the pipe. Some damage, a low spot. So you saw the camera dip down and came back up. Oh, there it was, right there. They actually went back, it looks like, to highlight it. So we got a protrusion into the pipe there. And then as it moves forward, you can see it starts to collect debris, which looks like, I don't know, shrapnel from the broken pipe, kind of what it looks like.
Sewer pipes actually do kind of the lining on the inside will be just over years and years.
Yeah.
That's usually why you jet them after a while.
And then we get to, doesn't get interesting again until it dives into the hole.
Those look like turtles.
Yeah. And that's our main, not looking very healthy. So what I can see, and we have more knowledgeable person in the room, but I don't see any indication there that there's even a saddle on it. I don't think this would be happening if there was a saddle on it.
That looks like it was just an old cruiser direct tap. You just got a hole in the pipe and then grab it and it didn't even have fittings on it, so it didn't look like.
Right. And where this becomes a little bit more curious is where do we have them, Terry? Our minutes. there a pile of them somewhere?
So I wasn't sure if you were going to.
Oh, yeah. Tuesday, May 18th, 2010. Abatements and complaints. 315 Manning did not need a digging permit because it was maintenance and repair on sewer. That's the only indication I could find in the records of sewer work being done. We got to dig a little deeper before I would be comfortable approving, because it kind of looks like the last time that sewer was worked on, it was worked on without a permit, without the necessary inspections, or any of the other paperwork that the town requires when doing work on the sewer. So I think, as far as I'm concerned, we need to be careful with this one, because it kind of looks like the work may have been done without any of the necessary qualifications to be doing it. Not the first time.
Not to mention the 3 sags in that video on that line.
Yeah, and that kind of goes to another point. We're being told that this main situation is the reason why it's clogged, but we saw these sags, right? We saw one coming right up here, right? It's 52, it dips down and then dips back up at 54 feet. Now we can go to the property. Let me turn this off, get it out. No, I won't. So we can go here. Walk back to distance calculator.
Sorry, I had pointed out.
Yeah, no, it's good. It's good information. We're all learning about municipal sewers. So, from the edge of the proper house to the 80 some feet, 85 back to the property line. It went up about 15 feet. Let's clear that measurement, make a new one. So we're going for about 50 feet, right? So it looks like those issues we're seeing in the sewer pipe are well within the property line. So I think we may need to see those repairs done before the town gets involved. Now that it's been inspected with a camera, we see that there are issues in the extension within the property line. Because I think the whole point of this was that the line was clogging up and it was all the town's fault because there's something wrong with the main. But now we've seen in video that there are problems way before the main causing that line to clog up. So we should probably make sure those are addressed, the stuff that's going on inside the property line before we get our fingers in it.
I agree.
Mr. Ellsworth?
Yeah, as far as where your concerns are there, I appreciate the previous minutes. But what it was is when the kids had already moved in to the property, taken over after another owner, there was no cleanup. So what they did is they hand dug down to the sewer line coming out from underneath, but to put a clean out in so that if it needed to be cleaned out, they could do that. I have no problem getting the contractor to come out, dig it up, and we'll show the proof of where it's at and have it exposed. So we'll take care of that. The main thing is that everything was on record before the ordinance change, and that you have fixed others, and that there were problems with the taps. And that's all we want. That's all we're at. So we will take care of that and handle the contractor tomorrow. Thank you.
Very good. So what is the
Motion to approve payment of that invoice.
motion straight up to pay the payment of that invoice?
But before another dig out and repair is done, we should probably have like an estimate, right, to approve beforehand. If we are to take care of any more tap to main.
Oh, well, I think that's a good point to make. Just because somebody says they're gonna go get a contractor in a meeting doesn't mean that the town is automatically liable for whatever bill that contractor comes forward. If somebody wants to go hire a contractor to do work on the property, they have the right to. That doesn't necessarily mean the town is automatically going to be paying that bill. That would be That'd be wild, right? So, yeah, no, I think, that's a good point. Any further? All right,
Okay, that's a little small.
well, we already received the camera footage for this one, which talks a lot, so there's that. So we kind of have it in line with the other one now, so I guess, yeah. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye. The motion to pay this.
$403.56. So we're going to making a motion to pay this one.
Yeah. Yeah, all those in favor?
I,
Aye. Motion passed. Flying colors. Okay. Can we take 5
No,
5-minute recess?
we gotta turn the sound off.
It's still technically a public meeting,
Um,
so I don't think there's anything saying we have to, well, I wouldn't have. Yeah, I don't think we're still technically in a public meeting.
So if you call a recess, you shouldn't discuss public matters during the recess.
Right, right.
Yeah.
Yeah, the recording.
Yeah, but the recording,
If you have the recording, then you can prove whether or not that happened. Yeah, let's leave it on, right?
Most
No.
of you have ever been associated with the only time they recorded is about. So that's not exposed, but for breaks, I've never seen it bothered to turn off.
There's some feedback.
There's nothing to worry about. You just like to say weird. There's a recess. I don't know what it is.
Oh,
thank
Sure.
hi,
Hi.
how are you?
Good. Are you feeling thunderstruck?
Yes, how was that job?
Very good.
That was a great concert. Went to AC/DC. It was so good. Yeah. That's all you can say. I mean, I can't even say anything either, trust me. The last chance, I know. That was my bucket list, it was on my bucket list.
I had a chance to see Ozzy years ago and I didn't go.
I didn't go either, and I could have done that in Wisconsin. Yep. Isn't that funny? Yeah. Yeah. Sorry, I didn't mean to ring it. No, there was nothing. I'd forgotten what I was gonna say. They were showing me the camera. Oh, no. I'm past getting wild, I guess, is what I. Oh, we were so lucky. That was one of the cooler days. We were just, I mean, everything just went perfectly. It just was amazing. I can't even, I mean, talk about blessed. It's like we were all just blessed. It was just so awesome. So you did go with all your friends? Went with friends and met friends of their friends and yeah. Let's see, what am I looking for? How are you? Yeah. Well, I was
Figured out, but.
Oh my God. I think, yeah, that's when they first came out. Rarely getting dark.
All the cases I've ever had with that. Show you.
80,000 people, I think, were there. It was the most amazing thing. It was all fun. And, in Colorado, marijuana is legal. I figured we'd get contact highs. No, I smelled weed only twice. In that $4 or $5 period. Yeah, we never ever, I was impressed. I was really impressed with that, I suppose they are, yeah. I suppose that's true. But I have been, just like, I've been in Red Cross, and that was a total different ballgame. Red Cross. Yeah. But, I was thoroughly impressed with it, really. A beer, 22-ounce beer, pours for $20. And Lon had one, and I had a frozen, started out in the bottom, it was, daiquiri, and then it was pina colada, and then it was blue wine, it was $20. I mean, it was a buck cliff, It was that good. Yeah. 74, I think. And he ran that stage. Forth doing his little hop skip jump that he always does, I mean, it was awesome. Like South America.
All right, this meeting is reconvening at 7:33. And we are into claims. All right. I'll entertain motions to approve, to amend, et cetera.
I'll make motion to approve the claims as listed.
Motion made. Do we have a second?
Second.
Made and seconded. Further discussion on the claims.
What are their new buckets?
The conifer one,
Letter. Okay, but it's on the plane.
so I think,
No, that's just 10%.
right,
on the claim.
Oh, this one's a separate one?
this one essentially closes out the contract. Like, contract's done. It's satisfactory, and we received the electrical stamp from the state. I don't know of any other.
That's the 10% from his contract that we were holding.
All right.
Until all that stuff, okay.
That's right. So the way it was done was when this was brought up, essentially we approved it contingent upon. So now that the electrical inspections are all done, this is effectively an automatic claim. Is how I understand, because we had said, all right, once this happens, then it's good. Okay, good point, Bill.
Terry, are you still good with all the claims and everything that's in there? Okay, thank you.
Oh, we have the media. Where is the media physically?
And,
It's
over there.
it's in
Yeah,
Blue
it got
Building.
delivered here on a Friday. It's in the.
Exciting.
After the meeting, we can go look at pallets and stuff.
Yeah, I had to look at it. I'm like, that's what it is. Didn't know what it was.
Probably pallets that don't look like anything. Styles?
Just looking at the claims list here, it has the state, OEM, release, and to pay to get reimbursed for the FEMA grant.
Not anymore. No change in the status of OEM. No change in the status of the investigations.
And this was work done prior to the board making the motion to
Okay.
suspend that.
So it was that's all the question I had.
So, yeah.
Good.
The one, I guess, the one follow-up question I would have is a motion, well, maybe not question, but statement, is that motion said suspend payment and work, not just work. So it was kind of freezing it, but,
Yeah.
But this was work done before that motion. And what is that?
we have, itemized for this.
Mhm.
Someone have your opinion, Mr. James?
Not yet.
Next meeting.
They haven't really rotated it.
Well, we did receive it, right?
Yeah, we did receive.
I guess
This
that-
this for work done in June.
Yeah, I guess that will probably be, forwarded to Mr. James, so he has that as well. I assume you think that's also relevant.
Sure, I'd like to look at it.
Okay, anything else strange on here?
What's this deposit refund to that Brian?
Those are utility deposits. When people pay that deposit,
Brian,
they moved to Nebraska. They used to live on, they had the Cricket House on here.
Oh, my goodness.
It's a crooked
It's a
house.
Cricket House.
Can we call
Oh,
it just
there's,
a symmetric
wait.
house or
It's crooked.
oriented house?
It could sound like it.
It's not a haunted house, it's like sitting all crooked
No, it's sitting crooked.
on the lot.
Yeah.
It's not the only one. Okay. Tangents. Payment application number 4 for North Water. We approved that at last meeting, right?
Yeah, that's.
Water chemicals. I assume that includes the dechlorination tablets, or was this
No,
something
that's
else?
separate. You're talking Hawkins?
Yeah.
Yeah, that dechlorination tablets, that was a separate plan, but it's on the last one.
Oh, so this is probably more
This is
run of the
just
mill
all-
consumables for our water process. King Brown Welding Pipe Fabrication Water Tank, so the fat, oh, this is wastewater treatment plant. No, muriatic acid.
Water.
The overflow for the skinny tank, we welded a flange on that so that we could run it to the sewer and like a lot close. And then.
No, for
We're
Hawkins
talking
Chemical.
Hawkins.
Oh.
Good water up here, that's why.
Yeah, but it's
Supposed to be.
black Deldrum, muriatic acid, sodium hypochlorite. Isn't that waste treatment plant support?
So. Sodium hypochlorite, the chlorine for the water.
All right.
We buy from both, from them for both systems.
Okay.
Okay.
So we have,
I just, usually that says, it says here,
If
water.
there's wastewater chemicals, it's very small quantity. It's for the backfill for filtration system.
Mhm.
That's why. And those are a couple gallons. They last a long.
Very good. The pipe fabrication water tank, so fat tank, essentially there was no way to valve that tank off completely, to satisfaction really. So, there was plans welded on inside of it so that it could be capped, sealed, so that while they're working in there, it's got a hard, solid seal separating it from the rest of the system, so they couldn't, by some crazy circumstance, be flooded out while they're working inside the tank. But that plans will play out when we get to water department updates. So, yeah. Anyway, anybody else? Anything on the claims? All right. So the motion on the floor is approved as presented, I believe.
Yes.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
All those opposed? Okay, we're good, right? Everybody good? Okay. Claims are done. Yes, water department report.
There's a few items for each department. So for the water department, Great Plains Structures showed up this morning and started to work on the voltage tank to repair the floor. They got pretty far along already and they had to break off because a tornado hit their headquarters in T and tore their entire building apart. And so they had to go offload some new roofing materials on another job, so that crew could go back to the headquarters and fix stuff, get stuff out of that building. So they'll be back tomorrow. They'll finish out the day tomorrow, and then they'll still be on track to finish by Friday with the repair of the floor. So Marcus, who's the head of Great Plains Structure, says because of that, he's gonna do also sealing up one ring and the hatch. Just to give us something for the fact we're waiting an extra day. They'll take care of that for us. So no extra charge. So that's there. And then we talked previously about, the potentialities of increasing height and tanks. And so I mentioned that discussion to Marcus and he said he was going to have CST, the Volta tank that we've got is capable of having additional rings added to it. And the issue there is warranty. So if they will warranty, CST would warranty that on an aqua store, then, that's an option that could be looked at. And not what they'll do or anything, but they said that if they did do that, then they could actually replace, if they did the rings, they would replace the paneling that's in contact with those first rings for free. It would be included in that raised ring. They said they can do those things really quick. So it's something to consider, and I told them, let's prepare something to present to you guys, and it doesn't mean that we're gonna do it, but at least it's something that shows an option for raising the tanks. Second thing is, I got contacted by a title company because Trent Poulos is trying to resolve a easement issue, water main easement issue, between Manning and Whitney Street there. Near his properties. So I guess Anderson Engineering was hired to prepare an exhibit, an easement exhibit. And that got filed in in Custer County Registrar of Deeds, but it's missing the adjoiner's signatures. So it requires, Anderson Engineering said that they would prefer an attorney prepare that document that the adjoiner signed. And then Trent said that he could get the adjoiners to sign it. So I sent that to Mr. James to see if that's something he was interested in helping with, or if I needed to kick that back to Trent and we figure that out through his method. So just wanted to mention that.
I should have gotten back to you on that, Anthony. I'm sorry. I had a lot of emails.
Yeah, no problem.
I meant to send you a response, but I'd certainly be happy to take a look at it and see what I can do on it. I don't know, I mean, I guess I don't know a lot of the background for it. I would have asked you, for some more background. What exactly is the purpose of the easement and the scope of it? That's kind of what I want to guess.
Yeah, be able to turn on the water meter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We gotta draw this in too. I don't know if it's actually drawing yet. Maybe zoom out a little bit so you can see Manning. Yeah, so we don't show it yet, but yeah, there was a line, a water main that was run down the property line to right there. And Anderson Engineering prepared the exhibit for it and the description. And that got filed with the Register of Deeds, which is surprising because they're pretty picky. And it didn't have any signature page for the adjoiners. So that's what needs to be added and then it amended at the county.
It's just an easement for the water line.
And it's our water, town water. It's not a private way.
Yeah, I remember watching, Chris was in the hole one day when I went. Yeah, all right. Anything more on water from you?
No.
All right, so, yeah, so mention of the 16 feet, I got a little more, I want to poke around with this. So the 16 feet raising the skinny tank was a thought. So, when we got to the point where water was overflowing out of our skinny tank, the highest home in town had 32 pounds of pressure. So at the maximum fill on that tank, that's, all the pressure we would need. Welded tank, that was a thought, make that one taller. Fat tank, not bad idea to have the information on what it would be to make that one taller, but that extra 16 feet would be, what is it? It's, 0.433 would be another 7 pounds. So it'd be just shy of 40 pounds at that property. But that would push the lower area of town over 80, at times close to 90. And that's more than we want. So the idea of giving more pressure up on the hill, we'd have to balance that out with putting restrictions down lower. So that might be a goose not worth chasing. If we can get to stable 32 pounds at the highest house in town, then we're kind of set.
Can't you put a PRV in? Or a couple of PRVs to reduce pressure on lower end?
That's what it would be. It would be raise the tank so we get more gravity pressure and then compensate for that with PRVs in a well pit somewhere down.
Yeah.
Probably just on this side of the railroad track is kind of where it starts to sweep down. So we'd cut that down to 60. So by the time it gets down to Ferguson, it's no more than 75, 80, which is kind of the peak right now. But so looking at it though, I had those other drawings, I didn't pull them up, but the idea would be to stack up pipe, to put pipe inside both tanks. So all the inlets to those two tanks would be inletting from the top, essentially. Pipes inside the tank would drive the water to the top and it would fall into the tank. You create constant circulation with that. The water is always coming in at the top and flowing out at the bottom. What Faye talked to the contractors that were here working on the fat tank, and they had a really good point, is that icing could become a problem with those pipes they've seen that fails. Well, and I'm like, all right, so that is a thing. But I've heard of other situations where they use floating systems inside the tank. So maybe not necessarily a rigid pipe, but a floating system. So the fill line was essentially on a buoy or a pontoon, you could say. So all the incoming water was always coming out at the top of the water level in the tank and feeding down through the tank. That eliminates your freezing problem of having essentially a pipe inside the tank that can accumulate ice and then break. But both of those factors come into play with the idea of running the tanks in series rather than parallel. So use the booster tank, the booster station that we spent money on and never really got anything out of it, set that up to transfer from one tank to the other. And that final downstream tank that would be feeding the town could be kept full, nonstop, 24/7, 365. The one tank would always be full, which means we would always have that maximum 32 PSI on top of the hill. Boosters can be set up with a PLC, some VFDs, and be set up to run in sequence. So they're each 80 GPM pumps, I think, right? And there's two of them. So 60 GPM. So you'd have 100 GPM and you stage them. So pump one winds up until it gets to 60 PSI and then pump two kicks on. And so you have two pumps that only run as much as they need to in order to keep one tank completely full at 32 PSI. So this is the rework of the valve I just kind of come up with. I've learned more since that we could benefit from further information on. Like one change I just made actually is finding out that we can't use underground tank as a bulk storage with non-potable water in it unless it has a physical 100% isolation from our drinking water system. There can't be any possibility of that tank ever feeding back into the system at all. And that's where an air gap comes in. You fill that tank with a drop pipe. So there's a physical air gap between the inlet into the underground tank and the tank itself. So water can never backflow into the system. And then that feeds out directly down the hill to some station where we hook up the bulk. But this is the roughing out of the valving, moving all the drainage to the north, because right now there's two drain lines coming south on the hill. This would bring everything up to the top and allow us to run a pipe out to the sewer. So anytime any tank needed to be drained, it would always be draining into the sewer. But this is kind of the work. But I guess the highlight here is thinking about what we actually want to do now for our treatment. The previous treatment plant was, again, just to treat the north well, but we have radium in both. Why wouldn't we treat both? Sure, we're within the legal limits on the south well, but why not treat that one also? Why not eliminate all of our radium? If we're going to pay for a treatment plant, we should get the most out of it, and getting the most out of it will be treating every single drop of water with radium. But these are other options that to think about. More control over the chlorination. In a better treatment plant. Calcium, we have calcium. Everybody's got buildup on the faucets. Everybody's probably exhausted by it. We could deal with that with a higher end treatment plant. That's all optional stuff. We would have to talk as citizens whether we want to fund something like that. But that's a conversation we would all have to have together at another big public forum on water. Heavy metal removal. We're high in copper. I don't know what else we're high in. I think selenium is another one. UV sterilization. pH stabilization, and mineral injection, because there are minerals you want in your drinking water that may not necessarily be there. So not just treating for chlorine, but you can give it other things too if you want them. A lot of work to do up on that hill to make it fix our pressure problems, our treatment problems, and our capacity problems all together and in a way that's sustainable for 20 years.
What I hear you saying is that you want another public meeting before we do a resolution for the law.
Absolutely.
When can we have that public meeting? Can we get on it? Because we have the media here to clean the water, and let's get started as soon as possible. So what's the board's ideas on when we would be ready to have a public meeting?
We'll follow the same format we used the last time you talked. The meeting that led to the death of that resolution. Have the same format, but instead of we're having a meeting after we voted on something you may not like, we're going to have it before we vote on something you may not like. So we make sure we're doing what y'all want us to do, not what we want to do.
So when are we going to have the meeting?
We still have this meeting issue.
There's a birthday open.
There's a birthday open, yeah.
That wouldn't be the worst birthday party.
That's right.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
I think we need to get the budget meetings done first before
jump into anything.
Let's add this to the budget meeting discussion for another meeting like we did with Public Works, yeah.
That's under finance.
Finance, yeah, we're getting closer to that.
Yeah, so, this is still very much in work. So right now, this is plumbed to have the run. All right, big problem. We have the discharge south of town over here, north of town comes up here. This pipe doesn't exist right now. We need it so that the outlet is completely isolated from treatment and everything else. This valve here is the magic that lets us run on Mike's valve again. We're just gonna call it Mike's valve, even though we have our own. Mike's valve. A lot of careful planning. But right now we have 25 valves. This only needs 15. So it's a big change. Pump house, isolated water, both wells feeding in, treated water through. This is a check valve. So in the event that the flow from welded tank is too fast, it can, instead of having to do that loop from big tank to skinny tank, it would have a check valve to let it run direct. Little things like that. But yeah. That's all I got.
And what kind of dollars are you talking about to make that happen?
That's kind of why I've been talking to this guy. I'm gonna get a very rough contractor's estimate of just pipe work and go from there. Because this is really the early implementation would be basically pipe work. Moving, I still have the booster station up top on this map. There's no reason, if it's going to be boosting from one tank to the other, there's no reason to plop it directly between the tanks instead of just having it out on the side. But this is all things that I want to have available at the public meeting too.
Yeah.
So that when we go to the citizens, we're not saying, here's our pipe dream, support it. We're saying, here's what we think we can do. Here's what it'll cost. What do you think? What do you want? Is it worth it to you?
Okay.
So yeah, anything else?
Taking those through and digging around all the other stuff, it's hard to be upset.
Right. And it would essentially be a gutting of everything.
Well, I mean, it's, for a contractor, to even put a pitch on that for a bid, I mean, he's gonna have to have some reassurances, you know, you're gonna have some time material or experts. Exploratory digging, and exploratory digging ticket on that bill is probably gonna be pretty high, just saying. Cause you don't want to just go dig around stuff and, oh crap, I hit a valve. Well, now I gotta buy another valve and valves. A 10-inch valve right now, about $4,500.
Right. And that's where this comes in, is the first execution, and this is all ways away from everything else, is to get it so we can run and bypass again. So all this work can be done all at once. Basically running on Mike's valve again while the entire hill is redone. So all that existing bee's nest, rat's nest valving and piping and nonsense that's just a complete mess can be done away with. All in one go. So a contractor doesn't have to do that thing that we had to do when we fixed that broken valve, where we had to dig back 10 feet to see if the drawing was even accurate. And it turns out it was not. What looked like an X was actually a crossover. The drawing said otherwise. That's exploratory. And it's a nightmare.
And it's expensive.
And it's expensive, yeah.
What does expensive mean?
That's a blanket, it's like a blanket part for a contractor. You know, a contractor's gotta have his reassurances if he's digging around something, say he does get something. Obviously, the repairs are gonna be made, but also, you know, guys can, it's like a jeopardization, to not lose your license or really have a potential danger while you're on the job site. So you kind of have a little blanket for covering expenses, is all it is.
Are there better places to put the water treatment plant than on that hill? I mean,
I can't imagine so. It's where both of our wells currently feed to, and one is right there.
yeah.
And there is plenty of space south of the underground tank. I mean, we can click over and see it in Silversmith. So here's Silversmith, and you see how big those tanks are, so you can
Yeah.
get the scale. This is our well house. If we put a treatment plant in there that's, oh, I'm gonna finish this measurement and make a new one. No, and it moved my map.
comfortable working envelope. Let's go with that. $6,000 square feet there to play with in that area,
Yeah.
which is way more than we would have. I mean, we were gonna do the treatment inside the well house, treat the one well, cram everything in there in one well house. So.
Well, that sounds affordable. Why would we do that?
What?
I was being sarcastic.
Oh, cram, well, yeah.
It does sound affordable though.
Just to be clear, you were saying that you would be able to run and bypass the way you guys were.
Mhm.
So, and then you could put, and while you put the new in, so all the old would be shut off.
All of it.
So if they were digging and hit it, they knew it was shut off.
Yeah, it would be free range digging. So this line currently runs up the middle. That would be the first essentially wet tap to get this redirected over here. Once this was in place, all of this could be abandoned for, well, we ran like that for 3 weeks. So if we have a plan that's solid and in place and ready to execute, we run 3 or 4 days like that. And by the end of that, you're not worrying about what you're hitting because it needs to go.
Well, in that case, you're putting all your exploratory is kind of null and void at that point. If you run that bypass, you're for sure that your bypass is set up and it's gonna work, but yes, you're pretty well just set to jet. Just rip through shit, I guess. Pardon my language.
Yeah.
I didn't recognize that, so, yeah.
And maybe move this booster station down here if necessary, but that would just be a reduction in the pipe work. That electronic valve that's up there, that's gotta go. That's accomplished absolutely nothing in its existence, but can be reused inside here where it may come into play and be of benefit inside the big.
I still just don't know why we wouldn't increase the size of the pump house but anyway, it's just an idea to get some estimates so that we can move forward, right?
Yeah.
And then we'll get contractors to bid on it and they may have different who does the engineering plan? We do as the town, right?
Yeah. But this is prelim. You don't need to spend money on the rubber stamp until after you know that.
Yeah, right.
This is exactly what we want. This is 100% what we want. That stamp is just to make sure it's all.
Yeah, because it all has to be approved by the state.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And even before that, before you go as far as, all right, here, engineer this to spec, talk to the state and be like, all right, this is what we're probably gonna pitch. Are you okay with this conceptually? Are you okay with, like, that's where this came in. That's because I was told by one of the most experienced operators I've met, who helps out a lot, that they will not tolerate any possibility of this water ever getting into the potable if it's intentionally non-potable. So that's where that air gap came in. Talking the ice thing, that was necessary information. And you gather as much of that while you're building the plan before you start figuring out what check you're gonna write. All right,
And are we thinking that this is some of the things that the state money is going to pay for? Is that correct?
the SRF loan,
Yeah.
there's a conversation that's gonna happen very soon to get a thorough understanding from them of what they will or will not approve. And the big thing about this is this we were looking at treatment to solve our quality issue, but the pressure issue is also an expectation. Like, we were required to maintain 20 pounds, and that's very fragile when the tanks are cycling up and down. That becomes a fragile point. If we can get them to approve doing some pressure work, well then we're a bigger step in the right direction. Pressure, volume, quality. The trifecta. Anything else?
Can I ask Anthony maybe to get a quote for this sealant?
For the sealant on the
Big thing.
fat tank? Yeah.
Okay. Anthony, is that something you do, get a quote from Great Plains for the sealant to be redone in that whole big tank?
Yeah, you can ask them.
Okay.
I don't think we really got into
We
that.
don't need it like right now, but it's down the road we're going to. I'm just curious what that's gonna run us.
Yeah, we discovered that the sealant never properly cured when that tank was filled.
And that's not necessarily true either. Actually, he said chlorine will break it down over time.
Oh, really? So
Yeah.
even either way,
It happens, but
the
it's still
sealant's
holding up.
fragile from top
It's
to
still
bottom.
holding up right now, but down the road, we're gonna need it. So.
Yeah. Now, I'll keep coming with updates on this until we have this meeting. I'll talk to anybody. Anybody has any thoughts, any questions, any concerns? The plan is being built from the ground up on what the citizens want, not what we want. So, okay. Anybody else? Anthony.
So now that we've got, the one tank, the seating one, we're running on that, when we've had the chance for the well to actually shut off and rest and things like that over the last weekend, do we want to let Quinn know that we could potentially let them use water at night using the valve you got to get their north tank up? We
Yeah.
talked about that.
Yeah, I've kind of just been waiting on them to come in and say they're ready to start doing it. As far as I know, that we're on par for them to start doing that. But the one question that probably should have hit me earlier but didn't is how, if the thing's full, how do we drain it? If all its piping, all its valving is all buried and not connected to anything, how do we drain that tank if we do fill it?
Okay, so, yeah, so we do have possibility of putting in a structure that we could have Quinn put a structure in, so it'd be like an underground pipe ball. And then you'd be able to access that line without digging it up. There's a valve on it now. So we did approve for a valve to be put to drain the tank. But the best thing would be is that is in a vault. So then you could hook a hose to it and you could drain the tank. Ultimately, I think it was planning to connect it to top, right? So.
Yeah.
That would give you at least the ability to access it without digging anything up.
That'd be
You
nice.
need like a $2,000 budget to do that though.
We're also looking at finding means to be able to leave it empty until we do get it. See if it's Clay's digging around to see if it's within the realm of possibility from the manufacturer's perspective. Can we leave the tank empty? Because if we put water in it and can't use it, we're creating another chamber of science.
I mean, we can keep chlorinated.
Yeah, options. Yeah, but as far as I'm concerned, the well's been auto cycling. I don't know what if he said anything about how our GPM is.
We need to adjust a little bit because I feel like we could fill that skinny tank a little more.
Yeah.
I think it's getting to the overflow yet. So that just takes us seeing when the well shuts off, climbing the tank, making the adjustment to the pressure based on height and, calculation of static pressure.
We're just bump it a tad, bump it a tad, bump it a tad. Look, now it's coming down the overflow, bump it back a tad.
Well, usually we just bump it up knowing that there's still room there to grow.
Yeah.
You don't need to get all the way to the.
But when it was at overflow, that was 32 pounds that we were getting on top of the hill, which is it. Other than that, the highest I saw was like 26 on our kind of day to day. So that's a noticeable difference at your shower head. That's valuable. Anything else on water? No, we're good. All right. Sewer department report.
Okay, so I had two quick ones there. So one was kind of leading off of Buzz's quote and the discussion about weed control. So I don't know if you guys want to have somebody give a quote to actually do a good one-time weed control of all the riprap.
Yeah.
And then we'll have to just plan on keeping up on that with spray. Like an improved spray. At least bring that to the next meeting or something. Because at a certain point, we're gonna be in the winter time, so right now would probably be the best time to get all those weeds out of there.
Would anybody want to even try to do mechanical removal in there on the riprap? Because
I mean, it's worth asking people.
Steep. You go down that hill, you're not going into a pond. Yeah, the brown trout. Yeah.
Are you offering to get a quote for us for
Well, that's
the
what I
next?
was asking, if you guys
Yeah,
need to try to find somebody to quote it.
I think we don't really have a choice right now, so,
And it's probably more than normal the first time.
yeah.
And once we get into our public works employee situation, then that.
You can keep spraying and keep it down.
Yeah, sounds good.
Okay. And then the second thing is, I sent Mr. James a construction easement for the lagoons when they expanded the lagoons. I don't know if you got that or not, but, it was the exhibit A that was missing. And he asked if I had it in my file. Did you get, I don't know if you got that email or not, but, that would be, you know, information on the lagoon project. The question.
Oh, the Eastman?
Yeah, we had a construction easement from the Nagle Brothers. Terry.
Oh, yeah, that was in question, whether the
I think Terry didn't have the exhibit,
exhibit A was missing.
so I had exhibit A. I don't think
It said exhibit A and
A
B.
and B,
And
yeah.
I couldn't find, we only had the A. There was only
Yeah,
one.
A, yeah, so that's all I had too.
That's it for sewer?
Yeah.
Alrighty. Street departments. I don't know, Faye, if you have anything on streets. I don't. The more I toy with it in my mind, the more I think we should try to utilize this year's street budget to tighten up and lock down Tower Hill as a good avenue. We don't have much else lined up.
I don't know what you mean by tighten up and lock down.
So we need to make it sustainable, maintainable. We need to fix the drainage.
Oh, you want to use it for the,
Yeah, streets, streets is drainage. It is also lawn care. But of course it's streets, and we need to get that drainage done. And maybe when that pipe was being run, if we get to that point and we run that anyway, we need to get drainage done. We need to get all the drainage under control and running down this path. Right now, water from all over Tower Hill comes down and just floods all these people's driveways, parking areas, and it makes a mess of this pad that we had promised them and kind of spoiled. We need this road to taper we need the road to taper west. We need this pad to taper east. We need the graded channel drainage through here. Instead of a culvert graded channel, we need a culvert under here, and we need a ditch to control all the water flow up here, so it's not just running all over the place.
I'll let you know, I'll let everybody on the board know when I have somebody coming to do the drainage quote and look at it and stuff, so we can all be there if we want to.
That would be that would be good
if it's a weekend, that would be great, but it might not be.
Yeah, principally we need that drainage locked down and secured. Back truck repair is gonna be upcoming. I need to get it moved down to the lower pump house so I can start diagnosing everything on it, because I'm pretty sure one of the vacuum relief valves is seized. There's a lot of little piddly maintenance that needs to be done on that trunk before I would feel comfortable with anybody doing anything real with it. Little things, along with the clutch repair.
So the streets department is not gonna do anything on West Main for that, where all the trucks come out of the gas station, cause that's,
Yeah, we need to
oh, okay.
we need to go around and do the pre-winter review, patch asphalt where we can patch asphalt, patch gravel where we can patch gravel, but we need to be careful how we spend it. This stuff repairs have been attempted on this whole area many times. It's been a nightmare for an exceptionally long period of time. So once it's done, it'll better be one and done. If we're gonna spend anywhere near those quotes I had seen on that, if we're gonna spend anything close to that, it better be one and done. The way more technical is one and done. when we did this up here, it is good to go. No more worries. Anything else we do with that kind of a budget, price tag better be the same. Yeah. We'll get, just go pre-winter work as what I was considering, be prepared for snow.
The street light is, has been out down there on the corner on Ferguson Street and the one, the one that we paid. It, I don't know if they didn't fix it or what, but I called my friend and told him, and he said, when he got that indication, he goes, check it out himself. It probably should be fixed before it works, because it is.
Yeah.
But I'll touch bases with him tomorrow and see.
Very good. Thank you, Donna. All right, nothing else under streets, law enforcement. We have a log?
Yes, we do.
Well, and then why don't you get a copy of it?
Okay, you want me to? The log that we got this time for July, had 59 recorded calls on it. 28 of them were extra patrol, 4 were paper service, 2 were welfare, and 3 were concerned. So that's 37 of them right off the top. But there's 1 fireworks and 1 suspicious and, oh, let's see, what else was there? One out there that was kind of ambulance, yeah. Emergency, a motorist. I mean, a burglar alarm.
They were busy.
They were busy, yeah, 59 in a month. So that's definitely more than normal. But also the extra patrol being 28, I mean, that is way above what it normally is. So for whatever reason, paper service, welfare, those kind of things are county issued. I mean, that is something we have no control over. And it's something they always do, even if we have law enforcement, that we pay. So anyway, I didn't think it was too bad for summertime. So, and I have seen law enforcement around, throughout town and on the highway, so I have nothing to complain about there. I don't know about anybody else.
I did see an article in the paper. I guess there's a conversation resurfacing about Custer City trying to reinstate the contract. I think we should pay close attention to that. Their county sheriffs serve the whole county equally. And when they were focused in Custer, we suffered. I don't think anybody's blind to that. We lost a lot of coverage while that contract was in effect. So I think that's something we need to pay attention to. Mr. Fowler?
Yeah, and talking with the new sheriff, I was up there in the county commission meeting, talking afterwards a little bit on it. And he has a whole different attitude on it, is that if they're gonna go back and serve Custer, then Custer's gonna have to pay for what it takes to give them their service, and not take it out of the highway of the rest of the county. So I think we got a pretty good advocate there with the new sheriff.
Very good. And I wouldn't be opposed to looking at how that contract plays out and see if we want to do one of our own and see if we can bolster our coverage here in more of a formal agreement. I think that'd be worth talking to them about at least, right? Law enforcement, all good? Okay, abatements and complaints.
Well, I've had some verbal complaints about the RVs in town, parked on the road. When the permit was put in down on Whitney Street, the statement that he made was it was going to be for extra parking when they had company, or their daughter was going to park their car. Well, now he's parked his 50-foot RV there, And, it blocks view. It, you know, especially when those two up, one house has been sold. And if they're backing out of their yard, trying to come out of their yard or anything, they cannot see around that RV. So I think he should be sent a letter.
Which one is that?
Explaining-
Which one is that?
Steve Patton down there, you know, I don't know the house.
Whitney Street.
The new,
Is that really in the right of way?
yeah. Yeah, it's not right on the right of way, and he knew that when he did it. And that's why we kind of okayed it for what he was going to use it for.
It's like right about there, isn't it?
Yes,
We need to.
no, it's right next to the road.
Is it?
Right
Yeah,
there.
right there.
Right
Really?
there.
Yes.
Yeah, it's right next to the road.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I thought it was up further.
No, he had it parked up by his garage. Well, then he got.
Oh, maybe I haven't seen it since.
Yeah, and then he got it all done. Well, now he's moved his camper down there. And his girls park up next to the garage. So I think it actually needs to be completely moved out of that space. That's my feeling, because of safety hazards. And that's a busy street.
Is it a visible obstruction? Like in
It will be for the home next door, yes. There, I don't,
driveway?
yeah, for them coming in and out of their home, it will be.
Oh, okay, so like these, all right, so these, they're
Yeah,
pulling
I
out
think
here.
the one next to Patton has been sold.
Okay.
So if we put it on the next agenda, can we have that paperwork where we approved it? So we can look back and see exactly what we approved before. Because I don't know on that permit if it said it was temporary or if it's what exactly it said. I can't remember.
I don't remember saying anything about who could park on it or what could park on it.
Well, he
I
did
know.
just a pat.
It was more or less that it was a verbal indication.
Didn't put it on the permit itself, but he verbally said,
So,
told me that's gonna be for sure.
so he told you, not the board. He was not at a meeting, he just told you. So, yeah,
But
I mean, I don't have a
it's the
problem.
city right away.
Oh, it is, and that's why we said in the motion that if anything happened to it and had to be dug up because of water, electrical, cable, it didn't matter what it was, that he would be responsible for the cost of that and for fixing it, not the contractor. But there was never, as I recall, anything said about what vehicle could sit there. The only thing I will say to this is that yes, I agree that for that lot next door to it, it will be visually impaired for pulling out of their driveway and into their driveway kind of.
Well, and he had his fold up, finally, I don't know if the coolest went over and had
Slide.
Slides down there.
if he would put it
Sorry.
in or what, but he finally did put them in, so it was, well, they couldn't even get the house back then.
Right.
The house back.
Mhm. So I think that being on the next agenda and having the proper paperwork and all is probably a good idea.
But that's not the only complaint I have.
Okay, well, that handles that one.
I have one on Linda,
Mhm.
and I also had one on this gentleman here, but he said he has moved his off the sidewalk, it's not hanging over the sidewalk, so.
When it was because I was making, I had to weld a shackle on the axle. So I had to back up to my garage and put up the shackle, and then I had to make a floor repair. It was there for 2 days.
Yeah.
And then I went to the entrance, Nebraska, on the pipeline up.
And mine is, I still feel the same way I felt when I discussed this matter several meetings ago. And I'm just waiting for the town to prepare a quit claim deed and turn that property off over to me.
Quit claim deed. When there's all these other citizens in town that are entitled maybe to a quit claim deed too.
I think so. I think so. I think the streets should be considered to be reduced in width. 80 feet is a lot.
I just, you know, I just don't see how you think that the town
To
can
get it
do
in
that.
first, but, yeah,
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. James, and we'll get
just
to the.
normally, I mean, I've had clients who've done this, Linda, but usually you can file a petition to vacate right away, with the town. And that there's rules about, it has to be agreed by the adjoining your landowners, but if they would agree, that's usually the process. And so then this, I do a lot of those in Custer, and Custer often will grant them because if it's not being used by the town, they get increased, private acreage that then goes into the tax base.
That's right.
So it can be a benefit, but that's usually the way it's done. Usually it's a petition and then, it's decided on by the town.
Okay, so I need to petition the town?
Yeah, petition to vacate right away, and then again, usually it's agreed on by the adjoining landowners.
So what would that be as far as adjoining landowners? The only adjoining is myself and the town.
I don't know the layout here.
Yeah, I'm just
But
telling you.
usually just whatever the area that's gonna be vacated is, anybody that orders that. So
Me and the
I
town.
don't know who it is, but
Yeah, even your back neighbor, your side
Right.
neighbors.
so if it's a street and there's people on the other side of the street, some towns say they gotta be included. Hot Springs says you gotta include those people. Custer says you don't. So kind of depends. We've never had to, I haven't seen this come up here, but so you can kind of interpret either way. But when I do them to be safe, I try to include, all the people that could possibly be ordering that parcel. So whatever that section is.
I mean, I feel like if we were gonna do it at all, we really need to do a blanket. I don't think I think it'd be weird to do it for one case. But that's something we'd have to think about whether we wanna do it at all. If we're gonna do it, I think we should.
Sure. I mean, it is routinely done though. I will tell you, in other cities that they do review these on a case by case basis. And it's not a blanket policy because each individual land request may impact the city differently, right?
Yeah,
There
exactly.
may be some, except here, that say, well, aren't we gonna need that to access this park or something later or whatever? There may be some concern the city has that, it is relevant to that particular request that can't be a blanket,
Exactly.
to go, okay, that one we don't want to approve because we're gonna need that later. We're gonna need that for this.
Oh,
No,
yeah.
no, we're never gonna need that land, so what do we care? So it's that kind of the way they analyze them, so.
Yeah, when I say I say blanket, it's more of, all right, where would it be a benefit for us to do this, and let's do it to all those places, kind of thing, like how can we tighten up and bring the town to the 21st century?
I would even be willing to pay a small amount for that land. Whatever I paid for my lot back when I bought it, the land purchase price, I would be willing to pay that price per square foot for that land. I'm not necessarily asking you to give it to me. I just believe it's mine. I have occupied it since '88. Well, depends on how you read the law, Donna. Truly, it depends on how you read the law.
Adverse possession can't run against the government. It runs against anybody else, but it can't run against the government. So
Well-
that's kind of the trick here. Because if it was your neighbor's lot that your fence was over or something, you had it for 20 years.
Kind of like how this is still ours.
But against the government, it can't run.
Yeah.
So, I'd be willing to pay for it at that price. And I believe it is something that, each lot or landowner should have the ability to do also, unless, like you said, that in the future, that land would be better used by the town for something else. In my case, I don't believe that at all, on my road that I'm talking about.
But it's a
But
pretty well traveled road, to the street.
yes, it is.
Like as an alternative, I would never agree to it on Second Street because
Yeah.
this is the birthplace for the town bypass.
Yeah.
Yes,
So we need all of this. We
Right.
need to not touch any of this because this is our town bypass. It connects to Gumbo Lily. If all this grows, we'll want more.
Right.
But the in between side streets, no, we don't particularly have any reason at all to have 80 feet there.
Right. That's what
Or here, or really anywhere in the interior, in the arteries we want it, the veins we don't care.
I can kind of see it, I can see it on, this road because of the fact that the school uses it for parking so much.
Villas and, yeah.
You know, I can see that, and so I can also see it here, because there is a lot of traffic on that street due to the school. But I mean, there's a lot of property that could be added to the city, the taxes could be added to the city coffers and the county coffers. You know, and I just think it's would be a wise decision for the city, and I will get that petition to vacate the right of way taken care of.
We got way off the rails on abatement.
Yes, sorry.
But it was a worthwhile discussion, but we do need to try to avoid going too off the rails, but yeah.
So were there any other complaints, Donna?
No, I just had two, and they said if they had to, they would send,
Letters?
written letter in.
Yep, okay,
And I said, well, we'll just mention it at the meeting.
okay. Very good, thank you.
On the front of RVs, there is a place in town that does storage and cheap. Hope people know about it. Yeah, you can go over to Walnut Grove and you can store stuff. It's not accurate here, I don't think. I don't know. He does have a lot over there, but they're campers. I don't know of any other, but there's at least that storage spot behind a fence. It's behind a fence with a lock and security cameras and everything. So then you know it's not in your way and it's not.
Thank you for the suggestion, but I like mine right
Not,
where
not,
it's
not,
at.
not directed at you, but just in
I
general.
don't, and I'm just saying, yeah, I know.
I don't like the idea of having a camper sit in a yard that somebody could just go toy with when I could have it behind a fence and a gate. It's just my thoughts. All right, nothing else, abatements, complaints? Okay, sweet. Economic development, we don't have anything yet. Thank you.
Nothing yet, but we'll get started.
When's that library meeting? Is the 18th?
18th at 10 a.m. Mm-hmm.
I'm not gonna make it, but I'm gonna give somebody some information to share on my.
Somebody.
I'm gonna give somebody's gonna be like, you told me to bring this. Yeah, because I want to.
You can copy me on it if that
Yeah.
other person's not available.
Where's the meeting located at?
It's downstairs here.
Oh.
Nothing else economic.
They like to have citizens come, so if you're at all interested in the library building, be great to have you.
Okay, we're good. Economic development, finance office.
Okay, so I have new part-time administrative assistant starting next Monday. Probably roughly around 24 hours a week. We're figuring about 3 days, so. $20 an hour. She's got her scheduled to go get her fingerprints and all that, and it'd be a 3-month probation. But she's excited.
Very good.
Yeah.
I'll entertain a motion to approve.
I'll make that motion.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Any further? No. All I'll say is I think Terry hit it off. I think they get along and I think they work good together. And
Yeah.
yeah, and that's an important thing because Terry carries a lot of burdens. She carries a lot of weight. So yeah. Alrighty. No further discussion. Seeing none, all those in favor? Aye. Good to go. Okay. Oh, look where we are.
Yeah.
Wait, set budget meeting dates. Oh, that's fun.
So what you thinking, Terry, for the budget meetings?
I'm working on them as we speak, so I will have them. I hope to have them ready by the end of the week, so. Because next week I'll be starting to train, so.
I was thinking 12 and 13. 12 and 13.
Fine by me, it works for my schedule.
Or 11th and 12th, either way. I think 12th and 13th is nicer. I think.
Say what works for you.
Yes, Terry.
That works as long as it's like that 6, yeah.
6
5:30.
Trina?
I'm okay 11th through the 13th, so that's what I asked Faye.
And then with like the 19th as the
In case.
alternate for third.
That third meeting.
Okay,
Well,
6
I-
PM or 5:30? I'd prefer earlier, but that's because it's already past my bedtime.
5:30 is fine with me.
5:30 I can do.
Can you? Do we need pizza?
I mean,
We could rotate behind you.
I should theoretically be able to do 4. But I don't know if that's too early.
It'll be too early.
Too early for you? Yeah,
Mhm.
so
5:30?
5:30. 5:30. Okay.
We had.
Preston's the 17th. You good with that?
Hold on just a second.
At 6?
6, yeah.
Okay, so what did we actually decide? The 12th and the 13th or the, all 3 days, just in case?
12, 13, 12, 19, alternate if we need it.
So 12th and 13th.
Um, 17th Preston's. We good?
That's fine.
And we wanted a special meeting for the.
Special meeting for the employee, Public Works employee.
Oh, this Preston's is a special meeting too, right?
Yes,
What's the day for the public works?
that's what we're talking about now.
Oh, yeah.
Should we do that 19th and have if we need to finish up budgets at that also? And strictly limit it to that, like Public Works or budget and Public Works?
Oh,
It's
that's
hard to cap it.
That's 3 meetings in a row, 3 nights in a row. After,
Yeah.
the 9th.
yeah.
Yeah, 17th, 18th.
Oh.
19th.
Stromboli's, yeah, that's a regular meeting of the 18th.
Yeah,
Okay, yeah.
yeah.
Let's go until the next week.
26th?
Yeah.
That is 3 meetings in a row.
I can't do that.
I like you
The
guys.
26th, you can't do.
I can't do the 26th.
Can't do it.
Can we do the 24th?
Yeah.
24th, Public Works.
At what time? 6? 5:30?
That's when I think,
Better be at the normal time.
yeah.
Sure.
And then,
It's still leaving the 19th for the.
budget backup,
Backup?
yeah.
Yeah.
Though we've done in the past, I think, an option would be to bolt it onto the regular meeting if we still need another day, which is the 18th.
Yeah, that would be.
So should we do that? So
Because
if we need
it's
to,
usually a shorter meeting anyway, because it's just kind of like the finalization.
so if we need to tie up budget, we'll tie it up at the beginning of the meeting on the 18th.
And let's start the meeting earlier then if we do that,
Yeah.
at 5:30.
Is it a separate meeting?
No, we'll
No.
just bolt it together.
Okay, all right.
Like, so I guess by the time we get to the end of the meeting on the 13th, if we still need more time, then we'll plug it in at the beginning of the meeting on the 18th. If not, then, because we still have to have a motion to approve it.
So it has to be approved the first meeting in September, which is the first.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. 18th backup budget.
Okay, then there's still one meeting we're wanting to schedule.
Water.
Water, well, that's not so much a meeting as it is a citizens' public forum.
Well,
Yep, same.
And it very much, what made those work as well as they did was they weren't led by the board, they were led by the citizens.
whatever,
Why they
what-
work.
so when does the citizens want it?
Probably before school starts.
Oh, no.
I don't even know when that is.
The 24th.
Till 25th.
Okay. And what night of the week works best for those? Or did it matter? Or were they always on the same night? I don't even remember.
I think Wednesday worked well.
We wanna do,
26th is off. Well, this isn't a rush thing either, because again, we want to do it. Right, have all the information we can, you know.
yeah, but the state is waiting for our resolution, so that's why I'm like, oh,
Not exactly.
yeah.
They're not exactly waiting for our resolution.
Not on pins and needles, that's for sure.
Yeah, they're waiting on us, but
Mm-hmm.
not necessarily for that. Yeah, well, 2nd of September.
I think that's good because it's before the holiday week.
I personally wouldn't want to do it until we have some. I honestly, I don't necessarily think it's worth scheduling until we already know that we'll have maximum information available at that time.
Can we tentatively put it for the 2nd and then?
Set it as a goalpost.
Yeah.
Best efforts.
Best efforts.
Best efforts for.
Teamwork. Teamwork.
Of course, post a quorum when it does happen.
Yes.
Even though it won't be in the town office.
That's right. Don't forget. Well, Terry won't forget. She's got us.
Okay, is that all the meetings we need to schedule?
No. Terry and I discussed today the possibility that the meetings, and I don't know if you thought about it more for the September meetings. Right now, September's meetings, Tuesdays, there's 5 Tuesdays that month. And so because of all the budget meetings and all that, and everything going on, we just discussed the possibility that maybe it might be better to change those meetings to the 8th and the 22nd rather than the 1st and the 15th. We have them the 1st and the 15th, which is fine. I don't care either way, but then there's 3 weeks in between the 15th and the meeting on the 6th of October, which would then leave us time to schedule another meeting for whatever we need to work on. However, it's also just a thought whether Terry needed more time because of all the meetings she's having, to not have to, have the agendas ready and all that. It's just a thought. So.
So is that gonna bog you down though with getting the packets ready? Cause Labor Day's the day before.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you'll have some help, then too, but.
Yeah, typically the pack about Friday, so. And Monday before, Monday can be hectic, but before a meeting, you don't really do too much.
I mean, I've kind of been wondering for a while now about us having a meeting on Tuesday in general. I would like that. I kind of like Wednesday.
No, that tends to be church day for people.
Wednesdays, yeah.
I really wouldn't want to do that to. Yeah.
That's why it was never on Wednesday, was because of church. A lot of people do evening churches on Wednesday.
If we move it to the 8th, I'm not available, but I'm also not available on the 15th. And so if we were gonna move
One of them.
15th to the 22nd, then I would be able to attend. So that would be nice. But.
Well, part of the reason I would say so statute is Mondays. I don't know if everybody knows that.
Yeah.
I had no idea.
Statute says you will have your regular meetings on Mondays, first and third Monday of every month.
Unless we have
You
Yeah.
don't know that.
Less an ordinance or just let me change
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know if it even has anything that gives you wiggle.
There's so many holidays on Monday.
I know, Monday's terrible.
But now the packet business, packet end of the week, then floated over the weekend. I don't know. Meetings later in the week, be a benefit. I don't know. Anyway.
Yeah, it's supposed to be by ordinance. It says right here, city council holds regular meetings first Monday of each month, but may by ordinance change the day to its regular monthly meetings.
Guess we better make sure we have an ordinance.
That
Monday. Statute. All right.
So I guess we would have until the next meeting, if you can go through and see what will work best for you for September. I mean, like I said, it doesn't matter to me on any of them. I don't care, but I just want you to be able to deal with it with all this stuff going on in August, so.
Yeah.
Okay, is that it? Set budget, oh, yeah, we're done. We're to comments from the, closing comments from the public.
Good meeting.
Mr. Holsworth.
We will be putting up a sign again on our private property for the Colton Durr Foundation, Suicide Against Veterans. And last year, we asked if we wanted a sign permit for doing that or not for the contribution, since it's not in the right way, it's on private property. Do you want me to fill out a permit for that, for being on private property, or is it okay?
I'm okay with it.
Yeah,
You're fine.
I feel like the sign ordinance, I feel like it should be a little more explicit that it's commercial related, so like, you know, like where you're big billboard. If somebody wants to put up a sign on a piece of wood in there, who cares? I'm gonna block out the drain crazy. Yeah, oh, I don't know. Doesn't bother me. Doesn't matter to me.
I'd say you're fine.
Thank you.
Put it up. Yeah. Okay.
Mr. Stiles?
I'd just like to say thanks for a good meeting. Thanks for everybody, board and everybody working on that water issue. That was some good teamwork there on that, with all the different people you guys pulled in information. Pretty impressed. And with the information and where you're going, that area up there. That's good.
All right, anyone else? With that, I guess we go to trustee input. Trustee Miller.
Thank you, everybody, for attending and all your input and support.
Trustee Matheny.
We dropped meter reader replacements off the agenda, so I'm gonna ask that get put back on there in the next couple of weeks if anybody wants to work on that with me. Meter reader replacements to the going with the ones that are
Automatic system.
Wi-Fi.
For
Yeah,
new meters.
new meters.
Okay.
Yeah, new meters.
And
I
I
should
was
say,
gonna
instead of
like
replacement.
try to put that in the budget,
Yeah,
like when we talk budgets.
Yeah, 'cause
we need to cause we had it last year and we didn't have it this year, so I was thinking next year we need to put it on there. So I
okay.
can get an updated quote from the ones we have right now.
Oh,
Barry can give me.
that'd be great.
Okay, I'll do that.
I was just thinking how that had fallen off and I
Right.
wanted to get it back on there and be held accountable. So that's why I'm mentioning it
Okay.
right now. And I really am grateful that we paid those repair sewer bills. I know there's little contention there, but it is the honorable and proper thing to do is to do our due diligence, like you said, but also to uphold what the ordinances currently say. So I'm glad that that was resolved in the way that it was.
Very good. Trustee Ferguson.
Well, this should probably have been brought up before, but I just happened to think about it. Parade Sunday. Nothing's ever been discussed as to what we want to do about the parade for the fair. And also we need to make sure we have a quorum signing up so that we can all attend to it.
You could have,
For the whole fair. Yeah, exactly.
we got a quorum on the top of the back truck.
Okay.
No, the back of my pickup. I mean,
I don't know.
no, I'm driving again. Donna's I'm sure gonna have a Mustang.
Well. Yeah, I like the kind of right now.
No. Well, we'll
But
see.
if somebody else wants to try it, we are more than welcome to. Or if somebody wants to ride, I'm sure my grandson would be happy to ride with it.
Imagine that.
Well, no, but Chris is off this week, so if you want that truck moved, it would.
Chris has a CDL.
Yeah.
Like I
Well,
said,
I'm
throw
talking
him in
about
the back
Brady.
truck. Yeah.
I'm talking about Brady driving my Mustang. Yeah, Chris has a CDL, he's off this week.
I would just like to say this. I think it's proper for the town board to be represented at the parade. I don't care who does it. I don't really care what you drive or ride in. There needs to be candy bought to throw out. And I think that's proper also in a parade. And so if Terry would go by, what did we have last year? 3, 4, 5 bags? I can't remember.
Didn't we keep the banner last year because?
We have
Yeah, we have the band.
So we got some candy.
So I guess on that note, I will say, Aaron, do you have the time on Sunday to be in the parade? Okay, somebody, whoever wants to go with him, any board member that wants to go should be able to go. So I don't know what you're driving or if we're driving 2 vehicles or what.
Yeah, he had the Mustang, but was there more with us or was it just our 2 vehicles?
2 vehicles.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, your car was.
That banner.
So
We have 2 banners, so.
figure it out. I'm staying home.
I'll drag you along.
I know, you think. The best part about it is throwing out the candy.
Yeah, but you can't get real crazy at the beginning because then you get down the fairground.
Don't have any. Yeah. So anyway,
You wanna ride with me, Terry?
I don't know if I can. Read that church.
Oh,
If I could find somebody to switch with me, I forgot I was.
either
Well,
way.
you could drive my car.
I don't want to agree.
I think that we don't need to waste the time here to discuss this. Let everybody call and figure it out, however it works out. It's a parade, it's for fun, and it's for the community and the county, and so it just needs to be done. So,
Very good. Is that everybody?
thank you.
Did I call on everybody?
Did Linda's,
Linda's.
did you have anything else to add?
I just want to thank everybody for covering for me while I was on vacation and finishing up the water, the tank and all that. Thank you so much for that. It was an incredible vacation and I wish that everybody has that good of a vacation this year. Everybody deserves it. So that's all.
Very good. Yeah, the water situation was a lot. We had people come out of the woodwork to help. It's good to see. We got 19 free tanks, 3 truckloads of water from Heartland. We had Rural Water and DANR giving us their cell phone number saying call us whenever, wherever, weekend or not. And we're in a better place now. It kind of felt like we were on the highway to hell there for a minute.
There's no water to put the fire on.
Razor's edge, right?
Yeah. All righty. With that, I guess we do need an executive session. So does somebody want to make some motions?
I'll make a motion to go into executive session at 8:52.
And I second that.
For what? For legal?
Legal,
Legal.
for legal purposes. Thank you.
Okay. Executive.
All right.
As it is 10:29, I would like to make a motion to exit this executive session.
Motion has been made,
Second,
made and seconded. Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Does anybody have a motion prepared for any actions to be taken out of executive? All right, well then I guess I can make one. Give me a second to write it. It's gotta be correct.
Make sure you include that I would probably would have to send the notice to.
Contract, the clauses. Clauses. All right.
there we go.
These are what they're actually called, right? Operation. Yeah. Okay. And I assume it would just be. Okay. I will entertain the following motion. Motion to exercise section 3.3.2, termination without cause of the following contracts with ATAC. Water system, sewer system, water and sewer operations, building official, on-call planner, and FEMA brick grant.
I second that.
Oh, you can, well, I entertain it. You want to make it?
Oh, I'll make the motion.
Motion made. Do we have a second? Motion made and seconded. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion passed. We do need a, roll call vote. So if you could just make sure the minutes note how everybody voted, I think that's. Any other motions out of that executive?
Did you add in there about the attorney?
Okay, so I would entertain a motion authorizing the city attorney to provide, notice regarding the previous motion.
I'll make that motion.
Motion made,
Second,
motion seconded. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Right?
Okay, yeah, literally.
I would make a motion to adjourn this meeting at 10:34.
I'll second that.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion? All those in favor? Aye.
Um,
Sure.
do you?
I had those, I'll be back because.
Yeah.